Hello. Hello, hello. When's the new Will Ferrell TV show? They keep saying he looks weird. I'm like, I think that's the point. I think he's trying to look weird. I've been awarded 0 honor points. It says, oh wow, it's almost like don't waste the time then. You have 0 honor points, you could just keep that message to yourself. Same thing, man, right? Save the poor guy at the other end of the keyboard that has to type that every time I kill someone, right? Here's the thing. So the other day, right, I saw a thing that said some Indian kid from 17 years old made a social media website or whatever where people actually pretend to be AI, right? Wouldn't do they have an imitation game version of that website? So like, you submit a response, you get a response back. There's a 30-second delay. That way you can't tell just based on the response time if it's a person or not. And the goal is to try and guess whether or not the person on the other end is or isn't AI. And then like rating based on um, well, this guy successfully, after 30 seconds or whatever, because if you do it instantly, like a paragraph response, they're going to say, oh, yeah, well, it's obviously AI. A person can't do that. But if they do like a minute or a 30-second delay, then it's like, okay. But the thing would be to see if you can't like try to trick people and you get scored based on like if you fool somebody or not, right? It's like similar to what that kid made, I think, right? But the way I seen it, his thing was like people just want to go and LARP, LARP is AI. I'm like, okay, well, that's a really good idea. I think it's a cool idea. If you can expand on it, and make it that, it would be even cooler. I think because the imitation game is like a computer thing, right? So you go to the website, you make an account, you get like just like World of Warcraft, right? If you can trick somebody into thinking that you're AI, you win or whatever, or they lose, or if they figure it out or something. There's like guessing and pretending scores or whatever. You have a rating for guessing, and then you have a rating for pretending, right? And then you can see who can do the best job at. I know people can just blah blah blah, copy and paste or whatever, but come on now, don't take the fun away from it. Don't take the fun away from it though. Maybe like a certain amount of time to respond or something. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that. But still, okay, well then people that don't want to ruin the fun for everybody else. So in my fucking mission to reduce the sodium I drink and eat, I have put cayenne pepper in my food instead of seasoning salt, and so far so good, I think. But if you look at like everything as far as your diet's concerned, there's so much salt in like everything. Like even just a can of beans, you're like, well, black beans in and of themselves have like absolutely almost no sodium whatsoever. and you get a can. It's like, well, preservatives. You're like, okay, so then each half a serving of beans has more sodium than the beans actually does per can. You're like, okay, rinse those fuckers off, right? And so far, so good, I think. But cayenne pepper, I'm trying to find ways to season food that's doesn't have salt or sodium. So far, cayenne pepper is my only thing that I figured out so far. But I got my sodium down to like 2,800 yesterday, 2,800 milligrams, which is where I guess around what it should be. But the British take it a step further. They tell you to do only 1,300 milligrams of sodium a day, right? And health conscious fucking island monkeys, island munchkins, monkeys, whatever. The Beatles. Um, we're winning right now, guy. Come on. That's what I'm doing. I'm the only one here. Oh no, there's this other guy doing nothing whatsoever. Yeah, but the thing I read online said there's like basil, oregano, and all this other stuff you can use. I'm like, oh man, gotta have some flavor. Somebody's staying around doing nothing. The mage tower 20 minutes later. Good. That was a shitty fucking phone call. Holy Paladin did not heal me one time. Just beat on the druid. Come on, why? God damn it, dude. You got any DPS at all? Like, it's just kind of rough. Man, oh man. I could use some sunlight. That's for sure. God damn it. I'm clicking, bro. It's gonna be a long evening, dude. I woke up late today. Like, almost woke up so late, I almost woke up tomorrow. Kind of doing my own thing, like, just, you know, hanging in there. Farts. At least I think I wish they would just like quit nerfing shit. Like quit making the shit easier to kill, man. Like I want to play. I know the season of Discovery, I guess, was supposed to be like just a mirror launch. If they did like a mirror launch of the Burning Crusade, make it as difficult as it was. I don't know how you encourage people to make guilds though. Like, um, all those people playing, you know, everybody cries and quits and all that shit, and it's hard to find people that don't. But it's hard to, I guess, if you don't try, you know, it's hard to know how that would work. Really? I am sheeped while you're fucking. How is that even possible? Oh, because there's another mage. Okay. I have to say. So two mages there. Fucking fly, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, almost got it. This thing's as big as a chihuahua. You get a dog tag on you. Oh, that got it. That didn't get that rogue, really? That one did, though. That first one should have got him, really. I love engineering, dude. Grenades are fun as fuck, dude. I really should level engineering. Grenading people is like the most fun you can have. Can't just freaking three druids. Get it over with. I thought I already got that guy's innervate, dude. Another one? Ah, I was gonna hit that goddamn rejuve there, but didn't. Well, fuck. Go figure, dude. Right into another rogue. Or don't. You fucking god damn it, dude. And a good sheep on that, or goddamn Nova on that. All these goddamn druids running around, dude. It's impossible to do shit. you expect me to do? Fucking retard. Kill the goddamn, like, if I have a rogue sheep for a full duration. Wrong thing there. Thought he was casting. Kill the goddamn rogue, or sheep. Keep the rogue sheeped, and then fucking do something else. We need a mortal strike on this guy, or something. Oh, that is a hunter. He double shatter somebody, yeah. Oh, fuck. Really, I took fall damage there? But so-and-so jumps off of the fucking thing all the time and never takes fall damage. Well, if so-and-so told you to jump off a bridge, would you? Yeah, if it didn't take any fall damage. Right. Well, what are you guys doing? Anything fun? Tomorrow we have a raid. Oh, a whole hour and a half now, I guess. Serpent Shrine Cavern. That goddamn damage charts that last battleground was nothing but druids. This shit's super annoying. Fuck. Got a guy named Mr. Meeseeks, or Mr. just regular Meeseeks. Or just keep bashing everything out of sheep and do whatever the fuck you want to do. Bunch of druids in this one too. Don't fucking hit it. God damn it. Perfectly fine sheep. You just fucking go, you break it, you buy it, you stupid bitch. The guy's like had his axe midair, looked at it, like, tink. I'm like, God damn it. Really, dude? I was just a fine sheep. You did not have to do that. Right. 5 resist, 6. Seven. Fought him, and 7 out of 9 resist, and then a cheat death. Are you fucking kidding me? I know he had Cloak of Shadows for some of that, but he also didn't for all the other shit too. And I have the PvP hit cap, and then some, and spell penetration. Where'd that fucking druid go? Jump off the edge? He's feral, so this is gonna be tough. Maybe not. No one's guarding this here, and it's important to guard. It sucks that um, it's all for the people that know it would like to say I know what I'm doing, but I guess I do, right? Just show us the alien. Quick. Super quick.
Yo, have a good one.
Water elemental.
Did my priest go AFK?
Dispel magic. Dispel magic. Dispel magic. Dispel magic. Dispel magic. Paragon notion. Dispel magic. Holly. Dispel magic. Dispel magic. PM. Clear ward down. Ice block. Psychic scream. Dispel magic. EX infusion down. Ice settings. Monobrain. Cold snap. Monobrain. Counter. Ice settings down.
I played that like shit trying to fucking ice bolt them through it, but they were pretty terrible, so I didn't think like, oh, I need to fucking whatever.
Moon's end draws near.
Well, I have these things on eBay. They're these plastic cards, right? You use them to print like ID lanyards and credit cards and all that shit. They're not magnetic strip, but I don't know why I cannot get the fucking things to view. People to view the thing. Like it's a really good deal. You know, they're normally expensive as shit. They're new. You know, they're still sealed and everything. Like it's the only auction I have going on right now where I cannot get anybody to click the fucking thing for some reason. I don't know. Don't fucking pummel me, bro. When you get their ice tree like that, they can't ice block. It's like the best thing ever. It's hard to do though. Like, well, it's not hard to do. It's hard to execute, right? Like getting somebody else to swap targets if you get a mage's ice block or whatever. Like, if you can do it correctly, it's like the best thing ever. so awesome. God, that would be awesome. That is such an awesome car. Cause it's like a souped up, super duper deluxe version of the car that I have now, right? Doesn't exist as a production model car. Oh, 840 horsepower. I think we just not even have tires on it after about a week. Nothing you could do. Yeah, I thought my car was fast. Yeah. Good God. Yeah, I don't think I would need to be in a fucking drag racing car. Honestly, the car I have is plenty fucking fast. I can't imagine wanting one that's much faster, but that is a super awesome car, though. He's sitting here guarding, dude. The thing is, like, well, what sucks about it is, um, people that don't know what they're doing don't want to guard the node, and you would rather have the people that know what they're doing, like, actually doing shit instead of guarding. Like, this is Charlie work, right? This is the person to hold a mop and stand here, right? Kind of shit. And make sure you call out in the chat if somebody shows up. But it's like the people that are Charlie work people are often the type of people to go, I don't really care about winning. I just kind of want to, I want to get kills and have big numbers on my screen, right? Like, well, that isn't how you win, but okay. So here I am, guarding. Not to say I'm the best ever, but oh my god, dude, I'm probably better than one or two of these guys at least, right? I would be more, I'd be more effectively utilized to doing something. Oh, grats. I did a car yesterday. It was kind of fun. Those guys were nice and all that, and they really appreciated me being there and all that. And I looked at my parse, dude. I had a 96% parse, which is the thing is like, well, really, what I could have done, I could have gotten like 99 or 100 if I had done arcane power later, popped the destruction potion and all this other stuff. Got an innervate. Yeah, so I'm gonna do it next week and see if they can't, if I can't get a higher parse on it. The thing is like that's proof to me that if you have all the buffs that everybody else has, you're like the most DPS you can do. You know, there's not a lot of room for improvement. You know, and rotation and all that stuff. Whereas like there's a lot of guys, I'm like, look at the parses, they're all 99s and 98s and all that stuff. It's like the reason why is, well, they're troll, you know, so they get a buff that increases their cast speed. They have destruction potions, they've got innervates in their guild and everything else. So Moonkin Druid, plus regular better trinkets and all that shit. So I'm not beating myself up if I'm not parsing it that much. The thing is that I could, you know, if I had the guild resources, but we're already farming the shit, dude. I think I can make the case that maybe the mages should get innervate. And I hate to be the guy to go like, well, you should give it to the mage that consistently does the most and dies the least, you know, without being a prick, because I'm all about trying to help everybody. But it would make the most sense, right? It would be the only rational way to do things. And there are some fights I don't do very good DPS on for whatever reason, like Carol Thresh or whatever. because Karathras, whatever, the goal is not to do DPS. The goal is to like hit the totems, be in position to get the totems because those wipe the raid. Like I could say fuck what they're telling us to do and go stand over here and just do nothing but DPS the entire time, and I'd probably do much better. But that's kind of counterintuitive to what it takes to win, you know. And it sucks. It's like you have to put your ego on the back burner for this one fight and then do the thing that's required of you, just like on Gruul and all these other things. And you have to spam sheep on trash. You know, like. It's annoying, but you have to do it to win. You know, I hate wiping more than I hate winning. Wait, I hate wiping more than I hate coming in second, right? Whatever. Right, right. The druid said, eh. Heh. It's like right there. I could have topped the damage chart. Look at that double fucking resist again. It shouldn't even happen. That's 2 battle rounds in a row now that's happened. That's kind of retarded. And trust me, I wrote the book on retard. I actually did. Used the big red crayon to do it. One hand just like complete with picture drawings and everything, dude. How to poop on the floor, how to draw on the walls, a whole book on it. Yeah, there's even a chapter like you're not even supposed to flush the toilet and all that stuff too. I explain all of it. It's a whole book about it. Do as the retard does. Survive in the wilderness is retarded. Right. How to microwave all your old compact discs. The chapter. What else would be in this imaginary book of mine? Um, what would like? Oh yeah. Oh, what is the things like? Okay, not like maybe not retarded people, but like the little kids do. What do little kids do that? And we can just say that they're retarded. That like people are always like, oh, it's so freaking cute. Yeah, no, he cleaned my car with an SOS pad, kind of thing, right? Um, we won that one super quick. You know what I mean? What are some things retarded people would do? Except run for president and build a house in Nashville that looks like the White House.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Oh God. So they're gonna sign. They signed a memorandum of understanding. Next is the actual peace agreement. The next 48 hours, they say. They said they're going to sign it in Switzerland. They signed the understanding in France. Now, can we put an end to all this madness, please? Less rhetoric would be great too, because rhetoric makes me nervous. Go figure. Although, like, as much as all of what the Iranian cabal, whatever you call them, IRGC guys or whatever, like, as much as they say, like, oh, we are in no way, shape, or form, like, the fact of the matter is, like I've said before, there's a room in the United States somewhere, and a room in in Iran somewhere, where a bunch of fucking guys that give a shit less if you have a turban or not are smoking cigars and getting super rich off the fucking oils market right now, currently, the oil futures and all that. And even at some point in time, even the rest of the class has to say, "You think you've had enough? Maybe, you know, like these people are suffering, you know, and I'm one of them. You think maybe you've had enough?" But that's why it's like one of those things. Like, apparently, the real movements towards peace don't really drive the market as much as the rhetoric does. So it's like, that's how you know there's so much money to be made with these people, because both sides are hyping up the rhetoric and not the actual peace agreement part. I mean, they are, but you would think, you know, as many statements as they've made, how strongly they aren't in peace talks with one another. You know, every other day it seems like something different. I see a molten armor. He's got a Kagdar's knapsack. More like Kagdar. Yeah, and what sucks about being DPS in my guild is I'm at a disadvantage being human. I get less spell power. Doesn't make any excuses, but 5 or 10% more intellect is arcane is a lot of damage and mana and crit and all that stuff. So it sucks that I'm a mage. I'm human, but whatever. Still able to get top on the charts and all that stuff. But I'm like, you do have to consider that the racial passives and all that stuff. I mean, there is an amount of like 2 equally matched players, and it is purely a numbers thing, right? Get that Nexus key, get rid of this Mithresium's Mind Blade. But pull packs, bro. Cards. They just said the other day that this goddamn Crypt Keeper thing, virtual cards online is doing more revenue than Pump Fun even now, right? Now, that being said, how long lasting is it, or how is that going to last forever? But the thing is, like, if just that part of it, like, okay, well, you pull a pack, you get 10 cards, you get, okay, a hat. I fucking am I gonna wear a straw hat on my AI? Look like a retard. Suspenders, you know, there's like all this shit you wouldn't wear, I guess, and like kind of like gray items and things that you would equip to your AI that. But then they keep fucking pull a fucking rare necklace or a big clock around your neck or whatever, a cool watch or a hat or something, or even tattoos and things. Like, yeah, god damn it, there's a printing press. Trust me, I know it. I can see it. I can smell it. It smells like North Korea. It smells like the North Korean printing press. The Chinese too. God, dude, the Chinese would just absolutely love that. They just love that kind of shit. And people thought NFTs were popular. You know, people like Jake and Logan Paul were paying what, like $50 or $500,000 for these NFTs that do shit all, right? Well, imagine each one of those NFTs is like, oh, look, it's a cool avatar. Like, yeah, no, but that's your AI. You know what I mean? And it posts online and commentates and does all this other shit and talks to people, and anyone can talk to your AI, and your AI can relay messages to you directly or indirectly, and it communicates on every social media platform in existence, right? You're like, yeah, that's the coolest thing ever. I'd fucking shut up, take my money. And like, type of thing where, yeah, the reason why it has no, let's say there's less risk for depreciation in an asset like that, and you can call it an asset, or I wouldn't call it NFT necessarily. I mean, it is, but why, you know? Like, well, I'm a little more comfortable calling something an asset if it has, like, I know that's not always the case traditionally, but I feel like it's, in my mind, like, why something that has value is an asset or whatever. Like, why does it have value? Well, not because somebody else said so, but because it has a use, it has a reason to exist and all that stuff. And then the idea that, like, okay, well, some AIs you can pull rare AIs, like actual, like, buy a pack, pull a card, rare AI, like an actual, it unlocks one of the things in your character select screen, right? Some of these will only be available to, like, however many, you might make it exclusive as you want, like 5 or 10 people, okay, or have one of a kind AIs and stuff. And then I think another portion of it should be the craftables. Like, if you want to make that portion of it, the point is at some point in time you want to be able to convert certain assets off this platform into chain platform-based assets, possibly. So burn meme coins, whatever, and then like basically redeem the reagents you need to make some of these things, right? And then make some things that are exclusive to the people that craft, and then some things that are exclusive to the people that just buy the packs and pull the cards. And then a combination of, well, you pull certain reagents from the decks of cards to combine to make the rare NFT AIs and all that stuff, right? You have a two-hander? Is that a two-hander? That means business, dude. You see a fucking enhancement shaman run around with a two-hander on Wind Fury? Is like, you could get one shot. But that way it's symbiotic. So like you have people that buy the card packs online, $5 or $10 a pack or whatever they are, get 5 or 10 cards a pack, and then they get the items and then they can sell them on the exchange to the people that have, you know, and there's like an auction house like WoW, I guess, where you real time buy the shit with Leah credits or the Leah token or Solana or dollar coins or whatever. And right. So we got to go slow with it all though. But if we get it all working like the way it should, then the gamification. Where are you at, guy? That doesn't. Oh, there he is. I'm decursing, guy. I'm out of range. You're out of range. Wow. Laugh at me. I'm outplaying you, retard. But then, like, you get what I'm saying? So you open up this thing where um, my dad can go to the website. He can buy with his credit card the shit off the auction house, or if he wants to, like the item store, the DLC store, whatever you want to call it. And that DLC store is basically all the people that participate and patronize the crypto portion of the platform, possibly. So that way, there's no excuse to say like, well, you don't. It's not that you don't get to like. If you want to participate in that part of the process, then um, you have to learn how to use the AI, the crypto portion of it. The token burn thing and the or buy the packs offline, right? And that way, no one can say like, well, it sucks that I don't have access to these things. It's like, no, you do. You just have to. You have a different route of getting there. You can buy the packs. That doesn't require like much knowledge of how crypto works. Probably just pretty simple, straightforward. Or you can buy the meme coins if you have a Web3 wallet, know how to do all that shit, and burn the tokens to get the thing and craft and like take the time and learn all this shit. Hopefully the learning curve isn't so much that people can't learn how to do it. I'm sure it's pretty straightforward if we do it correctly. But and then any of the things pulled off that or any of this like I hope at some point I want that to be like an actual exchange. You know what I mean? So. And the point is not to say like these things have. That's why you leave it up to an exchange. You people decide what you think it's worth to you. I think you put a price on the thing. It gives you these features. What do you think that like that's up for you to decide, right? And don't buy it if you don't think it's not worth it. Definitely don't buy it if you don't have it. I don't know if I really like the card idea. I really do. I just don't know how like elaborate all this shit gets, and if there's a timeline of when if that's like the first path to victory is making it that way, or is that something you add after the fact? I would think just having like fundamentally like 6 of these things, right? 2 of each race, male and female. 1 of each race, male. 1 of each race, female. And there are 3 races, right? So 6 AIs total, and that being like the starting point, right? And then implement a item system later, and then implement an exchange later. You know what I mean? And kind of slow roll it so that way, when people go, well, I really had fun doing this, and then I kind of got bored of it, and I don't use it anymore. But like, okay, then but a Korean banana strategy, then, right? A Korean banana strategy, where we slow roll all the stuff over a period of time, so it never gets boring to anyone. I'm super good at World of Warcraft. I can't help it. Our team's shitty. God damn it, I had that wrong. God damn it, all this shit is on me, dude. Yeah, because there's this craze with all these cards, dude. I don't get how the fucking. I mean, I understand why they're collectible, it's cool and all that stuff. I just don't understand. They'll only be that much better if you give them like a utility, or you make a card game associated with them. And like, I don't understand the virtual. People are pulling like holographic, fucking whatevers, and they're just virtual cards. Is that correct? People think that's okay, cool. Well, I'm glad they do. I think that's cool too. But you wouldn't expect there to be a market for that kind of thing. You just don't want to see something that ends up like the goddamn NFT craze. That's all, and it's reminiscent of the NFT craze. But it's got the right idea. You know what I mean? It is the right idea. And at the end of the day, and I'm not being crazy about this, but I think we could potentially, if you were to do like the card thing, like we could make a card that's as valuable as that Pikachu that Logan Paul sold, right? If it facilitates a one of a kind AI kind of thing, right? Like you're the only person that gets to use this kind of this AI or whatever, right? You could make it just as valuable, the right person, sometime in history, wherever it is, whenever. So we're gonna do a retard book, paint by numbers retard book. It's a fucking Bob Odenkirk joke. It's super funny. Have you ever watched the? I don't know why I laugh at it every time I think about it though. He's like, there's a scene in the show, Mr. Show, where there's like this. They go to this house, right? And it's like the person's got like this just piece of art that looks like smeared shit, colored canvas, and all this stuff, right? He's like, yeah, and I don't know why. This is such a terrible story, but Bob Odenkirk says, he goes, yeah, everybody knows college kids love shitty paint by number art. Like, if you think about it, like, yeah, I guess it does kind of look like a shitty paint by number piece of work, though, right? I thought that was just, I fucking cracked up when he said that. I don't know why. It always tickled me. All right, I got a few minutes. I'll be back in a minute. Hello, hello. Hello.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
Yeah, but eventually I'm gonna start whatever company makes your wiener bigger, and then we'll see who has the more expensive company. Tell you what, there's always a joke, say a joke, but like in my mind, I don't know why South Park hasn't visited this topic before. It would be like a South Park episode, you know, like where some guy invents a pill that makes your wiener bigger, and everybody's like just walking around without pants on. They throw their goddamn smartphones in the trash. Like everybody just coexists in this like, world peace, basically, totally happy, right? Like I don't need this shit anymore.
The legion will fall.
And the joke here is how much of the things that we like are compensating for, uh, whatever, you know what I mean? Sports cars, like yeah, the sale of sports cars would crash and all that stuff, right? The whole entire sports car industry would collapse overnight if everybody had an 8-inch wiener. No such thing as midlife crises. Everybody would just throw their goddamn smartphones in the garbage. We would just walk around with no pants on all the time, right? We got an infernal gladiator named Fonz. This guy's got an 8-inch wiener. Look at him, 2400 rated twos. Good God, dude, 2400. That's tough. Son of a bitch. I like to keep my cameras covered so people don't spy on me. And the thing I said earlier, I said, yeah, at some point in time during my life, I had to realize that the people that I idolized and looked up to really were not, they were absolutely like no different than me. You know what I mean? So that's why I keep my camera covered on my phone, because in all reality, the chances of there being a guy kind of like me at any one of these tech companies that would just spy on people for the sake of because you can, right? Yeah, I would say there's a high likelihood that there's someone doing that on the other end of every fucking phone in America or on planet Earth. So I keep my camera covered, given the 100% chance that there's somebody kind of like me working at any one of these tech companies, right? Yeah, the odds are in my favor for covering my goddamn camera. Or at least my reasoning for doing so. Really. Trinketed. That druid just trinketed. Okay. Cool, cool. Tubular. Totally tubular, bro.
That's still recharging.
Laughing? Why are there people laughing at me? I'm the only one on my team that knows what they're doing. People, it's like the mentality of like, people like laugh at people when they fall down and shit. You know, it's not funny unless they have Down syndrome. It's kind of ignorant. Sit there and laugh at me while I'm trying to play WoW, like 20 verse 1. Like, oh yeah, I bet you're fucking awesome. Bet you're just the best.
Still recharging.
Really, he's got his two-piece there. What do you do about that now? Got fucking 800, 166 health. Right. God damn it. Fuck, really? What you want me to do about it? I don't know why that Cone of Cold didn't hit that rogue. I have no cooldowns, guy. Go ahead and get it over with. God. You guys aren't better than me. There's just 30 of you. Entire team is retarded.
The legion's end draws near.
Now the thing is like, So dust dust fucking meme coins to make. I think that's just such a good idea, dude. And like what you're doing though is you're kind of giving the people that have these things like a farm, you know, like because the thing is at the end of the day, what do you care if you don't participate in crypto or buying cards, and all you want to do is have a cool AI? What do you care where it comes from? Why does it matter to you? You know, we've essentially found a way to outsource at least some of the process, you know, to where all we do is design and build the things, and you convert, and these people can convert this shit over to whatever. And the only thing that I kind of would be concerned about is like at what point in time is there not a lapse? Like, well, we're buying these meme coins for a certain amount, burning them, and I mean, I guess it's whatever you want to fucking. If you're willing to pay the shit, I can't tell you can't do it. I'm sitting there thinking like, yeah, but you really reasonably you could convert like $600 worth of meme coins to like a $1,500 NFT. You're like, yeah, I guess that's a possibility. You know, I guess it's a good thing, right? Fuck it, name him Pikel. Um, Pikel Jenkins. Yeah, and that's just one part of it, though. I think like, and the thing is, like, crypto people are way more likely to pay those exorbitant amount of. I don't think it's really that exorbitant. If you think about what they're paying for goddamn cards currently, um, virtual cards and stuff too. You're like, no, these have a thing like, and you get a pack, and you have like, oh, straw hat, oh, lame, gay, throw it in the garbage. Straw hat, you have a whole stack of straw hats that you don't use, right? Uh, unless you want to dress your fucking AI up like a farmer, but then you pull like the credit cards, the cards like redeemable for 100 credits, 500 credits. You know, those are consumable cards, right? So like that is like, oh, well, you get that much, you know. It's like, okay, well, reasonably, you know exactly how many of these things are going into the aggregate. So you know, like, well, this month we issued this many free credits in our in our card packs, right? You go, well, you never issue more than like than it would if it would hurt your revenue stream. You know what I mean? Like the amount of credits that you give away, you know that you can run I can run the calculation to figure it out. Like, okay, well, how many is that exactly? You know, and people appreciate those. And like some months we do better than others. Whatever the revenue, we can kind of go, okay, well, we gave away more credits this month than last month, right? Where we just try to keep like a percentage, a base, right? A base percentage of like what we say we need. The you know what I'm saying? Like projection wise. See that warrior knows what's up. He ain't sitting there laughing at me. He knows I'm the only one that knows what I'm doing over here. You know what I mean? Never laugh at the guy that actually knows what the fuck he's doing. Unless he's retarded. Touche. Not that that guy did, but that's why it's not nice to laugh at people. damn it, dude. That didn't hit that fucking rogue? Why? Sometimes I don't fucking believe. Like, if really? That didn't hit that rogue. You fucking serious? I don't know why that one Cone of Cold didn't hit him. Should have. Had that warrior dead like 3 or 4 times. You got 2 healers, a fucking paladin, a druid. All these goddamn healers actually healing. No wonder they're winning, right? Your team actually healers actually healing. They're over with, dude. That shit was terrible. I don't think I got a single heal that entire battleground. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but not a whole lot. Derp. God damn it. Grand Marshal Frigid Nugget. You know how fast those horse clops are? Oh, that's how fast it is. Yeah, there was something I heard of last night right now. I got on TikTok. The message I got on TikTok was there's this drum beat called Amen Brother. You know, my brother's a drummer, so it makes sense, right? But it was, you've heard it, like everybody's heard this drum beat like a million different times. It's the most sampled thing of all time, right? The most sampled drum. The guy even said that just this drum beat alone is the thing that spawned like 3 different genres of music, including like drum and bass and R&B and all this other shit. Uh, there's like so many people here. That was really interesting, right? And they were like, "Well, this thing's been sampled this many times, and it's like quite literally like the foundation of like 10,000 different songs. Like these things couldn't exist without it, right?" And the thing that was interesting is that they're like, yeah, the guy that wrote it died penniless and like all this other shit. Really, and they were like, well, what does this kind of remind you of? And I'm like, well, this is, to me, is reminiscent of the fact that like these voiceover artists and shit, right? Like, how much how much do I owe somebody who like basically molded my childhood and made me the person that I am and all that stuff? I'm like, I guess legally I'm not obligated, but morally and spiritually I feel obligated. You know, because there's all these voiceover artists that are essentially they're each one of these guys is like is like that guy to me, you know. And that was like, yeah, I'm like, so these guys, because copyright law was not ahead of its time at you know, like the idea of sampling something, there was whatever they said the copyright laws and all this stuff at the time were not up to date with sampling. You know, like sampling was something that came along after these guys had wrote this really like super awesome drum beat that everybody uses, right? And because of that, unfortunately, these artists that created this, like, basically, you can say, like, yeah, no, those are the guys that created drum and bass music, you know, and they never got paid for any of it, you know. So I'm trying to keep that in mind when I'm going forward here with the thing I said about voiceover artists and, like, yeah, no, for all intents and purposes, whatever this creation ends up being, I can say is directly rather not like yeah, well, it had nothing to do with AI or whatever. I'm like, well, yeah, but at some point in time that sort of what do you call it, like Nickelodeon for adults, kind of cool but not cheesy and for kids. So like Dave and Buster's was the Chuck E. Cheese, Adult Swim was the Nickelodeon, right? And like where you still appreciate these things as an adult without it being like stuck in like a child's mind or whatever, or childlike mentality. And that being said, I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty good way of summing up my personality in a lot of ways. You know, I'm trying to try really hard and try and do my best for everything that I can, and take things like as far as skill and like very seriously. I take this shit like being the best is like I try so fucking hard to do the best that I can no matter what. And like those aren't necessarily things you see in someone that's like a kid or whatever, but the idea is like, well, you can't necessarily, it's not necessarily worth losing who you are over either, to take yourself seriously but still get shit done, kind of is the point. That being said, yeah, so that's like very indicative of my personality, and I'm not the only one that's like that either, that feels that way. And I'm like, yeah, so these voiceover actors and artists and stuff that I really like pay a big portion of um, my personality to is like how much I looked up to these guys when I was younger, and seeing what in dire straits where they're at now, you know, compared to like, well, Ted Turner, that fucking rich billionaire, you know, I don't ever say wage war on the billionaires or whatever, but you could think somewhere in that guy's goddamn budget, he could have paid those people a little bit better, right? He could have paid the guys at Adult Swim a little bit better, considering how responsible they were for like basically creating all of the stuff everybody I like appreciates. You know what I mean? Like they took the time and created these TV shows that like, you cannot find me a person that does not like these shows. Or if you did find me the person that did, I'd tell you, look, this guy's a complete and total idiot. If you want to be on his side, then that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine with me. I would prefer not to be on the same team. But So like just because at the time, so in my mind I'm thinking of this AI thing. Well, patent and copyright law or whatever is not where it should be for it. But keep in mind that at some point in time, 10 years down the road or even sooner, that it's going to catch up. So make sure that to do this the right way. God damn it. That way these guys that did all this don't get forgotten. Because it's just like sampling, right? Like sampling, what is it doing is like you break down a portion of a song into a snippet, you know, like a token or whatever, and you plug and play it where you need it to make the noise, and it's not that far off from like, well, snippets of voice, snippets of data, information, tokens, whatever you want to call it. Um, it's not that far off from that kind of thing. So it's reminiscent of where these people that made all these super awesome samples never ever got credited or at least paid for their work. So I got the wrong guy there. So it's very familiar topic. I can play it real quick. What is it? Amen Brothers, what it's called. By the Winstons. Now watch my fucking... Everybody has heard this drum beat. If you've heard this before, if you have ears, that's it. That's all, right? They've sampled that like, this is the most sampled thing ever. Everybody's heard this, right? Fucking super cool, right? Now, you know, it's like, well, so if you were to voice map somebody and recreate their voice or whatever, it's like it probably looks similar to that thing there or whatever. Oh man, some days I don't look like a look. I don't like looking like a fat pig eating on live stream. Some days I don't care, but really, god damn it, is that a tree druid or a tree ant? But the point is, lessons learned there is like those guys deserve to be appreciated, and those guys weren't necessarily shysted. It's just technology progressed in a way that even most people, the technologists at the time, wouldn't be familiar with. So, how do you possibly preemptively write law or legislate or whatever to compensate people due to technological advances that don't even exist yet, right? But the thing is, like, we can read the writing on the wall in the future here, where this AI thing's going. It's like, okay, well, how do these guys copyright their voices, right? And there's like no real fucking, you can't even copyright your voice. All you can do is sue somebody after the fact, apparently, for using it for reasons that you didn't approve of, or to make money and didn't pay you whatever, like, which is kind of silly. Whatever you do, don't fucking counterspell me. Yeah, but that's it. That's all. It's called Amen Brother or something. The Amen break. Yeah, dude. Let's see if we can find the. I don't know if anybody else gets that kind of thing or not. So. It's an 8 second. Oh shit. Wrong button, Jerry. Gary, goddammit. Gary's the name of the. Oh, that's. Oh yeah, Tom Kenny's another guy. I was. It's like, how much, dude? That guy. Some of these people, I'm telling you. Now, the guy that made SpongeBob, obviously, that guy's like one of the most well-known voiceover artists ever. But these are some of my. I'm telling you, these are some of my favorite fucking people. How could I not like? If I ever get in a position. Now that guy's got some money in the bank. Don't get me wrong, but some of these guys don't. You know, like some of these guys didn't make successful cartoons that like got picked up and made movies out of, but just as equally talented. And the things they made were actually more appealing to me than maybe a child audience like SpongeBob was. But like I'm telling you, man, Aqua Teen Hunger Force and all these guys. There's a whole island of misfit toys that old what's his face, Ted Turner didn't ever fucking paid anything. Those guys were making like $2,000 an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. You're like, oh wow, that's not too terrible. I'm like, there's like 116 episodes of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. So over a 17-year period, the most that anyone made from that television show was a total $200,000 or less. You know what I mean? And not to mention a motion picture and all the promotional shit that goes along with it, and having to attend Comic Cons and sign papers or sign autographs and all that shit. Like, the grand total over however 16 years or more, that the most anyone made from that was like 200 grand total. That's rough, man. That as good as that show is, are you kidding me? You know, at some point in time, like if I had the money in the bank, I would have paid that personally for that TV show. You know what I mean? To think that there's not a compensation thing for those type of guys. Come on now. Not to mention, it's not like they don't know what they're doing, and it's not like what they're doing anyone else could do, and it's not like they aren't good at what they do either. So, yeah, so sampling, like, well, training an AI to replicate somebody's voice is a process that's similar to sampling, you know, in some way, shape, or form. And you would hate to see a scenario in which all these people had their voices just sampled and then reused, and no one ever, you know, come on now, that's not fair. Like, they weren't paid enough to begin with, and now you want all of the hard work they did for free. Come on. Yeah, I know the same can be said for the struggling artists and their fucking shitty books that nobody reads because reading's totally lame and gay, but this is something I care about, so it matters. Everything else doesn't. This is something I care about, god damn it, so it matters. Everything else, throw it in the trash. Thank you for moon firing. I know it's not like an adult swim thing, but it is like those guys, I'm telling you, are gonna be your fucking biggest fans and slash customers, just like the fucking World of Warcraft thing. You don't think every one of those people doesn't to this day probably still play fucking World of Warcraft as much as I do, right? Come on now. And if not, you know, something like it, right? So, should just let you cyclone me again, but oh shit, your whole team's here. We haven't won one of these like all goddamn evening now.
Arcanon Poros.
You heard me this morning, dude. I'm telling you. If you heard me this morning, yeah, no, I called it for sure on that one. I wish you could have heard the conversation I had with myself about it. You'd be saying, "Oh wow, yeah," or something of the sort. Right. Fucking, the one thing I did want to do though, if I ever make a meme coin, it would be the North Korean propaganda department, and it wouldn't be like try to whatever, but the point would be like the worst of the worst type of shit. Like I said before, like just bunches of North Korean propaganda, like about how much America sucks and everything. Like it has a lot of that's something to definitely draw inspiration from South Park for sure. You know, the North Korean propaganda department just make fucking the most terrible memes ever, like brought to you by North Korea. Oh, brought to you by North Korea. I thought it was super funny. These people in my town are like super gullible, and they think I'm an alien or something, or a Satanist or something. Like they just don't like me for whatever reason. But they always assume like anything that goes wrong is like my fault or I have something to do with it, right? Like not even just here, but like anywhere, like on the planet. Like if it rains in Zimbabwe, they think it's my fault, right? Uh, so whenever there was the Bybit hack or whatever, when the North Koreans stole all that Ethereum, I thought it'd be funny to like wait and purchase a car and like keep it in my garage and paint like the North Korean flag on it and get like have two North Korean flags on the back of it, and then like the next time the Lazarus Group hacks somebody for like $100 million or whatever, $1 billion, I fucking pull the car out of the garage and start driving it around and see what they say. Try to pretend like we knew it was him. Like, no, dude, someone else, right? Drive a goddamn car with Kim Jong Un's face in the front of it, and the North Korean flag on the hood of it and everything. Like, no, dude, it's someone else. Just trolling people. You sure you had nothing to do with it? Yeah, I'm positive, dude. Whatever. I'm just driving this goddamn North Korean, whatever you call it, car around. They already blame me for everything, whether or not I have anything to do with it or not. God damn it. I did not mean to fucking did not hit. How do I hit ice block and that at the same time? God damn it. Lame. God damn it. North Korea. It'd be a really nice car though. That way it's like, you know, something that you wouldn't be able to buy normally. Right. Really? The fucking mage would just stay out of the shit. Really? I need to get better at my Kona Cold. It's just retarded. God damn it, dude. Resist. He's feral. Improve counter spell regardless when they get low. Really? shit I can do about that. No shit you can do there. God damn it, really? It's ours to lose, god damn it, why? How'd that not hit that rogue? A failed druid and a rogue, right? And a fire mage. Can I mount ever? Good match. Anyway, I'll be right back.